Welcome back. I hope you guys are doing mighty fine today. How is it going? Welcome in. Fly Bobcat, welcome. Good to see you guys. Welcome, everybody. My goodness. Is it Hollader? Welcome. Hi, sir. Welcome, everybody. Today some changes. We are on a update of update 11 of an update. So today we've updated. We've got all the update things happening at the moment. Goose, welcome in. Oh my goodness. Welcome, everybody. Today, yes, time to test out some more stuff because some things were changed. Some things for the good, some things for the meh. I don't know how to take one of the changes that happened, as I was just getting used to something that I had never used before, decide to use it, and now it's gone. If it's not one thing, it's another, of course. But it will be kind of interesting to see how that goes. It does give me a couple of points to spend on something else, I guess. Goose, again, thank you so much for the Prime. 6 months, dude. Let's go. Welcome back. Oh my good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. Also, Poke, welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Welcome in for the first time. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. Doing well today. I had to go to the DMV today. Unfortunately, that was a thing that I did this morning. That's why the stream was a little late getting started. Oh, but, you know. It is what it is, you know? It is what it is. It is what it is. Gotta do the DMV thing every now and then, you know. You're old with 5 months, 2 weeks, and 6 days. Oh goodness. Oh man. So yeah, it's been a time. Let me go ahead and make sure this is all connected here. Thank you guys for the follows. Here's a couple follows just a second ago. Welcome in. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Yeah, the Nova Fireball combo isn't looking that bad. Yeah, I don't know. The between the two of them, it might be good, but we're still running into this issue with champions, right? And we're going to talk about that here in a second. Unless champion stuff was changed, which I doubt it was, or if those rooms were changed, I doubt they were. We now have a little bit of a problem. And that's going to be single target damage is going to be awful. But we have some new stuff to talk about. T-Dog Gaming Live, my dude, with the 20 fantastic, magnificent, glorious, beautiful months. Iskals is working on it. I promise I'm not hating on anything. Oh man. I'm excited to see what you guys what you're gonna do, because I was thinking as soon as I seen the post, I haven't even mentioned it by the way. Chat. So as of right now, execute is executed. It's gone right now. And currently something is being worked on in its place. And I was wondering, I was like, maybe it's something that like increases your overall damage for a period of time or something, or like, I don't know. I have no idea what you guys have planned, but I'm sure that you guys know what you're doing. You guys know what you're doing. Literally what we are working on now to figure out single target. Right now, the strongest thing for single target for AT builds is Smite and or Archon. You can also, Archon needs testing for that purpose. Archon. I think I had used Archon in the past. When active, Smite Archon will turn into a spark, making any mob you physically touch get bolted for percentage of damage. Oh, that's right, because I know this was lowered, right? Because I think I had looked at this and I was like, holy crap, I'm gonna run out of mana. I would run out of mana so fast because of the mana cooled, the cost to keep it running, and also every time a mob was hit. But at the moment I'm using Mana Shield, and this uses about the same at 20% every hit, which seems to be reasonable. I'm just not dealing damage per hit. Ooh, but to keep both running at the same time. I feel like I need this right now because the damage is so high against me without anything. I tried running without it. I can tell the difference. Just that 20%, I can tell a huge difference. I wonder what this is like, though. He got buffed update 11 and turned into AP. Okay, nice. So Smite, I think I remember trying this out. Smite was cool. I think it was the one with lightning bolts, right? I thought this got nerfed. So that's still, I think, like, this can do some single... So I still find that this was doing really good damage. This was really good. Just base Storm Arrow. It was really the only thing I had going for me aside from Execute. And Execute sort of rounded everything off so I could fight champions. But now I have a little bit more wiggle room with Fireball. Fireball's cooldown being a little bit lower. Smite got buffed, yeah. So it got brought back up. Interesting. I wonder though if Smite is going to overall be better than Storm Arrow. I wonder. This is an active effect. It's always running. This is like having a constant Storm Arrow. There are different types of skills. Smite can single out a champion's very strong. I mean, I have the 4 points to play with, so I'll figure something out to put it in for sure. I think everything else is pretty nice. I know Nova would be kind of nice, but I just don't think the damage will be there with only 4 points in it. I'm going to be also going back to the flak because I'm kind of wasting... My cooldown's too high right now. What a weird problem to have, right? When you have too much cooldown. But I have so much cooldown that my mana can't keep up. So using cufflinks is kind of a waste for me when I should be using a flak. Especially now that Fireball's cooldown has been changed. So I probably should do that. Do I even have a flak? Yeah. I haven't even gone over the changes. We're going to be going over those here in a minute. Okay. So I'll have to try it out. I'll try it out and see what it's like. All right. So let me pull up the document. Let's pull up the paperwork. My paper, my documents. Oh man, not the paperwork. Okay. So far changes, buffed Fireball, volley, cooldown lowered. So those two are lowered. Fireball, volley damage increased. I didn't, how much was it increased? 'Cause I'm pretty sure I was doing this exact same damage number. 332.75. That was the exact same number I was doing before. If I remember correctly. I think it was that. I'm almost positive it was that. Of course, it'll be a little bit more powerful if we have a wand. We'll see how that goes. Nova mana cost heavily lowered for Nova. I'm thinking that note was from change number 2, which never posted, but updated the other day. Okay, my bad. Okay, yeah, I thought it was exactly the same. I was like, wait a minute. Smite mana bolt. So that one, so the bolt was heavily lowered, and then they got a new mechanic. Chilling chills mobs. That was another thing I kind of wanted to try out. I was thinking maybe I could go Frost Nova. It's either going to be probably Frost Nova or Taunt. I don't know if I'm going to be rotating in and out this with the huge cooldown. I never find myself in a situation where I have enough mana to just drain my mana pool. Outside of using Storm Arrow, which is what I normally end up draining my mana on. I was just wondering if like a couple levels in this would be worth it. I know the mana drain on this and this together. This doesn't have a mana drain. %. Okay, good. 2. I'll just see. That's the one thing I'm lacking in my setup here is mana regen. Unfortunately, all of my stuff low rolled mana regen. Pretty sad, honestly. Pretty sad. And I'm out of all the focuses. All right. So some other changes. So yeah. So there's a new mechanic, chilling, chills mobs, make them very slow, or chills mobs make them very slow. Previous slowness affinity, blizzard and frostbite no longer affects slowed mobs, but chilled mobs instead. So slowness affinities. Okay. Frost Nova chills mobs instead of slowing them. Storm Arrow, Blizzard chills mobs instead of slowing them as well. Frost Armor rework. Frost Armor, that's that one ability. Is that in here? Is it Empowered Ice? What's the heck's Frost Armor? Okay. Now chills mobs when player gets hit, causing extra damage. Is that Empowered Ice? New ability, Empowered Entropy Bind. Or Entropic Bind. So it gives you an area of slowing down, entropy slowing down mobs in the radius around you while active. Its base is 1. As an overall mana cost, it's just something to keep running that just slows mobs down around you. Kind of cool. Does come at a cost of mana per second. We have another slowing ability. I thought Empowered Ice did the same thing, but now it applies chilling and not the slowdown. Okay. So buffed Blizzard talent renamed to Frost Impact and buffed 10 to 25%. Previous was 20%. That, I'm guessing, is this. Storm Arrow Blizzard. Frostbite, okay. Wait, no. Blizzard talent renamed to Frost Frozen Impact. Wait. Talent. There we are. Blizzard. Oh, is this an old doc or something? Change 3? Oh, it's bugged for you don't know why. Oh, okay. I'm just rechecking everything, just trying to see. Okay. Had me confused for a moment. Fix a bug. When chaining could... Okay, chaining could apparently proc lucky hits. Interesting. Here's the cool part that I'm excited for. Added wands to the game. Wonder how that affects everything. Is that going to be better than this? I don't know. This is the wand. Craft a wand. Requires diamonds. Is that supposed to do that, Isco? Is it supposed to craft into the slot? I don't think it's supposed to craft into the slot. Isco's like, notes. I'm noting right now. Oh, man. Ooh, I can be Harry Potter. It literally looks like a Harry Potter one. Ooh, much ability power. Okay. I'm hoping that the suffixes and stuff can roll like cooldown reduction, mana regen, and stuff. You saw it in your stream? It's it's our known bugs at the moment. Okay, good. Good. Less typing I have to do, I guess. Oh, there's no mana regen on the wand? With a what? With it being a wand? What? Literally the one thing that can recharge your mana lore-wise, and it doesn't give you the ability to recharge your mana? That's what cores are for. Do you not know Harry Potter? The life string. Okay, it's a different... Apparently this is not canon. This is different. We're in a different universe here. Okay. So what? So it only rolls like ability power. So this only will do ability power, I'm guessing. What's ability power look like? Ooh, that's 100 extra damage. It's 100 extra damage, though. Is that a high roll? We rolled almost max on that. And then mana regen without a flak. Interesting. Is that mana regen? Okay. Well, you can tell a huge difference between like 60% and then 80% cooldown reduction. It's weird, but it's there. Also, I realized the other day, Storm Arrow's cooldown doesn't happen until after the effect is gone. I was bummed out by that. Interesting. So what all can the wands when you bronze? I'll have to do that now with a wand. Can't stop me. Hey! Fear. Meh. Really good ability power, though. Low durability, though. Duh frick. How does this take durability, I wonder? There's mana percent. What's my... Man, that's my good mana regen is on that. Everything else I have is really crummy mana regen. Oh, it can also get percent increase. Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, and it can apparently get effect clouds. Huh. more fundies apparently are going to have to be rolled. I need another container for all of my wands. We need an Omega wand. My smooth brain can't type. Got me so confused. Ooh! We got a twig, and we got an elder wand. No, I don't know what this is. Mage wand. Ooh, that's nice. That suffix could be re-rolled though. Ooh. I think I can re-roll this. I haven't seen anything in update 11, so I'm super confused by the ones. It's okay. It's just another thing that we can have in our offhand instead of a shield or a totem. You know, because who cares about affinities anyways, am I right? Come on now. All right, let's see. I guess we could just re-roll it. This is really... Whoa! Suffixes. I'm out of suffix rolls. But that's a really good... Oh, man. But I'm losing the 60% mana regen. Oof. That's gotta be high damage. That's gotta be up there. Boom. 500 damage? What in the world? What is... Oh. Oh, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Oh. It's glorious. Oh. Look at them dance. Man, at this point though, we could probably have extra I do want to test it a little bit, but I don't have the mana regen for Archon testing. Guessing this is something we toggle on and off. Mana leech was nice. I was thinking like, was this ever changed to match like the stone skin while at 80% health instead of at full health? Or is it still now just at full health only? Hmm. I don't want Fear Cloud. Oh my god. Can I put... No! No! It isn't fair! We cannot add our own modifiers to it. Ah! Oh! Blech. It looks so beautiful, though. Hmm. At least we put some extra Dura on there. I mean, I can keep re-rolling until we get a prefix that looks really good, I guess. Dang. Chilling. faceted? I don't know if faceted focus is what we're gonna... There's not gonna be a mana regen. Yeah. No mana regen modifier for the given gear. So no mana regen, just mana increase. Max mana percent, or just max mana? Max mana. That doesn't do it either. Max mana percent. That works. Oh, but it takes up the ability power. Holy mother! Oh, shoot, and I removed it. I'm an idiot. Did it only roll soulbound down there? What the heck? And an ability cloud, right? It can hold an ability cloud. There's chilling too with some Dura. I mean, that's pretty darn good. That's some high damage numbers there. 500. Yeah, this was something I was excited about. So it can roll clouds. So I do like that cloud though. Chilling, that could be kind of useful. We'll see how that works with stuff. So the ability execute was removed. They also expanded the Vault Forge UI to fit wands and proficiencies. Added 3 more inventory slots, which is nice. Buffed, reworked Javelin Scatter as well, so it now pierces mobs. Increases with levels in the ability, and split/bounces on the terrain. Okay. So we have 4 points to work with to sort of figure out exactly what we're going to do here. Now, the only thing this was giving me was some extra lucky hit and that massive amount of cooldown reduction that I am taking an L on for not having this in my inventory. However, I'm getting a huge bonus in power. Oh, that cooldown reduction, though, is so nice. It's the difference between doing 300 damage or 500 damage. And we're losing 60% mana regen. That is a tough one that's a tough decision to make. And not only that, we get affinities. 500 damage. Lot longer cooldown. Less mana regen. And chat. Nothing's ever been harder in my life, I tell you what. It's almost as hard as me going to the DMV this morning. It's pretty difficult. It's a hard choice. 300 damage more makes sense. I mean, it's only like 100 and... yeah, it's only like 170 more damage, right? Something like that. Oh, that's where I'm at. Well, losing the shield is fine. Use mana shield, dude. Straight up, just put 2 points in mana shield and you have a shield. You have a shield. Ooh, yeah, mana. Yeah, we could potentially do a mana regen totem. I didn't even think about that. Totem. I mean, it doesn't give us a crazy amount back, and also radius is pretty low. Hmm. Tough, tough, tough. I really still wish there was a way you could hit a button and you could see what what level 4 looks like without spending points into it. Unless that's on the website. Oh, you're saying swap, like hot swap the totem back and forth. Yeah, no, that's a pain. I don't like the idea of that. I don't necessarily like the idea of that. I'm going to spend an hour just thinking about what I'm going to do without actually doing anything. That's typical me. It's just how I live my life. Yeah, it's not fun to swap. I don't think that's a good idea. Also, nor do I think that's necessarily an intended process, but or should be an intended process. I don't think I've played very many games where it goes, hey, you should swap your gear over and over again in mid-combat. 3 fundies? Thank you. Whoa. Oh, chosen dodge. Jason. Oh, mana regeneration for 400? Yes. Ooh, that's actually kind of nice. Okay, I need to put this here. Don't know how those ended up in there, but okay. I need to figure out what we're going to spend that 4 points on and how we're going to manage all of that. What am I going to do? What am I going to spend these 4 points on now that I have it? Do I go mana regen at full, go crazy power with no cooldown reduction or low cooldown reduction? Hmm. Or do we try the Archon route? Because this gal said it was really good. I mean, shoot, by the time you get this back, it's... I need a button. Let's see. Controls. Vault. Archon. Smite. It's not Archon, it's Smite. What am I talking about? Okay. What key can I set it to? G. R, right? Because I don't have anything for R anymore. Yeah. I need to be careful. I don't want to do this by my doggo. I don't know if it can kill passive mobs. Oh, wait. I'm confused. Oh, it just has a high cooldown, right? Oh. So the radius is 9, damage interval every 10 seconds. 10 seconds. I'm assuming it's much lower later on, the higher levels you go. going up to what, 6 seconds? Every 6 seconds, judging by the increase here. One mana per second. That's 100% mana regen needed to sustain that. Huh. Thinking about this. Waiting for the cooldown. Oh, it did the on-hit effect. Oh. Ooh. Wait a minute, chat. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, chat. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a freaking minute. It just says hitting a chilled mob has a chance of causing frost. Through on your wand and through on your sword. I don't know how that works. What I was thinking here for a moment was, can I, because of my wand, I now have it always, I always have an on-hit effect that can be applied. And what if we went Totem Hatred? But Stormcloud also seems to carry the on-hit effect as well. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it doesn't anymore. Maybe it was just then. Yeah, this deals so much damage. It's so good. I love that for like single target damage. Iskall said that would work. I think the chances are just so low, it's not even worth worrying about. I think just going like pure damage. I don't even think going smite. The intervals are so low. I mean, I don't know. The radius is 9. What's the radius on this? 7. 9's pretty large. This could be the way to go. You know, it's just casually on and just killing things around you. But it's not killing things around you very fast is the problem. But it is going to one-shot just about everything. That with this setup is going to one-shot just about everything. Okay. I hate that this low rolled us on the Dura. That Dura sucks on this wand. Depending on how heavy the Dura gets used. Oh yeah, I don't want to smite my doggo. Can it smite my doggo? Please don't allow it to smite my doggo. I don't know if Hiscal knows that, if Hiscal's still here. I don't know if he knows if that's possible. Can it? Please. Please don't allow it to smite my doggo. Yes, we have another offhand, a wand. And boy, can it get powerful. There's already some different transmogs, so I have this transmog, which looks like a twig in your hand. I kind of like it. I'm down. I like the one I have, though. Wish I could see more of it. Excuse me, what did I miss? You missed the fun. Yes, all the fun. Welcome to the stream. Why? Why are there wands now? There's wands now because one not, you know? Why not? One not. No, there's wands because I guess there needed to be some other way to maybe increase ability power. And this is a way. Dies of cringe. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you're cringe dying. So sorry. So sorry. Should we test on one of our other doggos? I just don't want to randomly kill my dog. Okay, let's test this out. Let's do a an elixir. An elixir micer. Don't even know her. Let's see. So wands now. Ooh, they're all rare. Kill entities. Oh, that's another kill entities. Hunt guardians. I won't do that one. I just don't like that. Do not like the hunt the guardians. Zombies, piglin brutes, mummies. Don't know what this is wanting me to do. Drowned. Dead. Xenium. 2 waxing focuses in the vault. We can probably find that. Create a train station build with portal to a fancy castle. This is about as fancy as it's gonna get. I just don't feel like this pack leans a whole lot towards the hey, or at least on the server anyways, where you're sort of, everybody's sort of trying to stay on the same page as far as levels go. I don't think this particular pack leans well to building the mega train station. It would be kind of cool though. I don't personally have the time. I don't think. Between this and YouTube, I don't have the time. I'd love to find time. Can somebody make a, while you guys are sitting there in chat watching, can somebody like start working on and formulating the plans for a time adding machine that just generates more time for you? Because I mean, the sooner we start working on it, the more time we're gonna have in the future, right? So come on, chat. Come on, I need you now. Come on, somebody. Are we good? We're good. That'd be nice. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Why doesn't it exist? Okay. Let's test this out. I'm kind of excited. Oh, I didn't redo my thing. It's okay. I think it's set to ornate. No, it's set to living, I think. Of course, it's the vault I get. Living. Thankfully, this vault's not as scary. I just don't get this vault very often, so... Oh, wow, right in the first room, too. Spawn. Okay. Oh yeah, Archon would be quite nice with my build. If I could somehow see its timer and know when the next strike is going to happen, that'd be kind of cool. Who are you? Who do you think you are? So nice of them to just leave all their stuff here. It's so nice of them. Oh, are you a champion? Hello. Dude, I'm right in front of you and you're hitting me? Don't do that, please. Okay, yeah, the time in between is pretty rough. Mm. 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 Take me some getting used to with the lack of cooldown reduction. Yeah, man, that's like feels like it's taken years. What in the world? So there's the wand effect, slowing them down. Huh. I think I would just ignore these guys. I'm just playing with them right now. Ah, that did so much damage to me. I hate that I get hurt from my ability. I don't think I've played many games where you get hurt from your own abilities. Yeah, I think there is an ability that could help in this. Why are you not affected by that? They weren't affected by the cloud. Are they not affected by clouds? Huh, I gotta think about that. I gotta think about this build. There's another one in this room. Oh my god, it does so much damage to me. Yeah, I like my cooldown reduction setup because I could just use Storm Arrow over and over again. Dang, even with cooldown reduction. I wonder if it would be good to go back and forth between like full Nova I still think the radius on that is so small. Oh yeah, I'm not even looting chests. What's wrong with me? Oh, another champ. Ooh. Hmm. Okay. Yep, I'm gonna be on the side of I don't like that I take damage from my abilities side. As much as I'm sure they love that idea, I don't. Okay. I think Archon, yeah. Or having Smite on lowers my overall mana regen, meaning I can't use my other abilities as frequently. I'm like super limited in that regard. Man, I don't know. I don't know, chat. It's a tough one. I like the wand. I like it. Oh, I also like cooldown reduction. Another champion? What in the world? Was champion rates increased again? That was a good hit. It was like real good hit. That was a bad place to put that thing. And there's a champion. Of course it was trapped. Why would it not be trapped? Why would it not be trapped? Boop. Boop doop doop doop. Hello. Take that. Yeah, that doesn't do enough damage to kill those guys for sure. But using the arrow definitely does. So hey. Oh my god, it spawned another one? I just want those chests. Zoop. Another champion. I get rid of the cross bro. He's annoying. Come over here. Oh, no, 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 not you. Wait, unidentified Valkyr. I hate the berries. Another champ. Been a champ in like each room. Kind of cool. I like champs. Those tank everything. 19%. Yeah, I love the storm arrow. Another one. See if I can get more mobs though. I don't like just spinning my storm arrow on like one mob. You guys want to come down here? Oh shoot, you guys are all over here. Ooh, we got an epic. Oh, nice. The normie chest. Ooh. Hey, 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 hey. Just chill for a moment. Chill. Let me through. Storm Arrow, I need your cooldown to be undowned right now. I need your cooldown to be like... I need the cooldown gone. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, broski. Come on. Please. Please. I need all these mobs to be killed. Come on. I need it. Come on. You're cool looking. Mark Cusack. Is that right? Thank you so much for the 14 mighty months. Much appreciate you. All right, now that you guys are up here, I'm gonna head back down. Hopefully you don't mind. Just gonna mosey my way back down. Doop, doop, doop. Just, yeah, you guys can just stay there. Ooh. Probably should have done that. We'll see what's upstairs. Ooh, they're keeping away from me. Ooh. All of that, of course. Hey. And I'm frozen. Love it. That is one of my favorite abilities. Storm Arrow. Just got right up in my face. Oh. Oh, that didn't do any damage, did it? God, dealing with the knockback sucks. Get wrecked. Ball Hunters reminds me of a season of Hot Wheels. Funny, right? Wait, what? Of a season of Hot Wheels? Hello. I don't know what you mean by a season of Hot Wheels. Does this vault have like higher chances of ores or anything, or is it just a cold themed vault? Just a snowy boy. And they're all dead. So good. It's all living down here. Ooh, a dungeon. Difficulty normal. None of my stuff is fixed. And last time I checked, these guys had like... Oh, it's... I gotta relog, don't I? Oh, shoot. I'm not even worried about it. Biggest change to the thing. It's meh. I like the dungeons, but I don't know. Not until they're fixed. That's not good. All I wanted. What's a lodestone? A lodestone is like this purple thing that you'll see in the rooms with it's like a little obelisk, a mini floaty obelisk. Hmm. Level 100? No, I'm level 90. Level 100 is still quite far away. Jeez, chat. All right, I'm gonna have to make my way out. Give me a second.
Lucky number 13. Cheers.
Goodness. This is my wife asking what weed eater gas she should be buying. Such a dad question, right? All right. I think this area is pretty much cleared out. Oop, there's one over here. There's something over here. I missed one? Oh boy, that was hidden, wasn't it? God, that does almost a full health bar. Worth. That's nuts. Not bad. I wonder, I still don't know. Did we get... Tier 3 Winter Hawks? They give a lot of XP. What are those? What's the... I was wondering if opening up the door to the dungeon, to the... gives you XP. I guess not. And does it say anything about champions? Do champion mobs not give you bonus XP? I wonder. Yeah, a lot of people do not know what to put in the car. No, I was meaning like in the weed eater. It was like our weed eaters require 50-50 and not 40 or 50 to 1, not 40 to 1. So, artifact? I love how at this point. Ooh, hey, at least I got that, I guess. Yeah. I don't even know if we should be looking for artifacts. Definitely get a crap ton of gear. Oh, we ended up getting 3 wands that run? How many backpacks are you using? I have 2. Ooh, that's nice. Really nice. Ooh. If the suffix re-rolled properly, and then this would have to be a huge rework though. 100% poison avoidance. That would solve one of my problems. The slime problem. Slimes are still awful though. I still hate slimes. One of these days we'll get like this ultimate rolled piece of gear, right? That's like super fancy, automatically rolled, the perfect roll. But that'll be a forever, right? New item for offhand? Yep. The wand. I think we're all chested out here. 84, you can go. You can go to the scrapyard. Honestly, I'll keep it, but I think it needs to go to the scrapyard too. I feel like most rares just need to get scrapped at this point. These boots aren't great. They could always be better. All right, so I think what I want to do is I almost feel like maybe mana regen's not a problem. Like, mana regen is a little bit of a problem, but like, I don't think it's as crazy as our cooldown regen. And I think maybe we could use some regret orbs here. Because I'm not smite at the level 4. We're not doing it for me. I don't have enough mana regen to keep up with it. Thinking maybe we can buff our mana regen with sorcery, maybe. I just don't know how. I thought sorcery was changed. Okay. What about mana leech? You know what? We could definitely mana. What is it called? Oh, we need regret orbs. I think I had tested this in the past, and it just mana steal. You have to be super lucky with your lucky hits. We're not really running a lucky hit build. The only lucky hit we have is just on our sword. And it barely does anything. It's almost at this point like I shouldn't even have any points in lucky hit. You know, maybe we'll just remove the points that we have in lucky hit because we're not running a lucky hit build and use them somewhere else. Yeah, we're not really using it. And you only get a percentage back of your max mana. Yeah, I did have a lucky hit build. I can still go back to that, but it's not worth it. In my opinion, the goal is to clear as many mobs as possible. Anything to help keep you at full health? Not really. Totem of Rejuvenation, maybe. Yeah, if I had a larger pool of mana, it'd be great. And I don't think that goes in the other slot. Charm's blue. And not called a I'm spelling it wrong. What is it called? Oh, it's not. It doesn't show up. Yeah, there is a Stone of Jordan. Crystal Ball. So it's a red. So I can't run Cufflinks and the Crystal Ball together. I need the cooldown reduction, but I also need the mana regen, or the overall mana. But it's okay. We'll make it. We'll make it out alive. I have 6 unspent skill points, apparently. Because these take a lot of points. Wow, I didn't realize how many points Lucky Hit consumed. Okay. Do we push sorcery all the way up? And just try and avoid? That's 80% extra mana regen.
Ash thinks, just rated you with 2 raiders.
Silent Sniper, thank you for the 5 months. And Ash Things, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Right now we're working on getting all of our stuffs sort of figured out and moved around and jungled about, and might as well go here too. Stone Skin, give us a little bit more resistance while we're above 80%. I think that's pretty good. Overall, I think cooldown, our cooldown is not as good as it was. Where are we at? Cooldown reduction, we're at 52% with the wand. So we're basically where we were. Interesting. So we're pretty close. I mean, we're at 50%. We're basically cutting it down, cutting it in half. Cutting it in half. Okay, should I be worried about my boots? I don't think I'm worried about my boots. I love and hate that part of this game. You're talking about the build finding, or are we talking about like the sorting of the inventory? That took no durability. What does this take durability from? I don't know. No telling. Okay. Let's try another vault and let's see how this is gonna roll, right? Toss that. I mean, cooldown's not crazy, right? The mana's good. Let's try this out. We'll find something. Why don't you put unbreaking on your armor? It does have unbreaking. Every piece is unbreaking. Did I remove the points from the Archon? Yeah, this might. Not Archon. We gotta complete this vault to get our bonus point. Or 1 extra point. It's really slow regenning. Oh. And there's just so many mobs now. Freaking awful. I don't know what to say. There it goes. Killed some of them. I almost want to entirely avoid hitting things with my sword. That hurts so much to get hit by that. This is like the patience build. You have to be incredibly patient in order for it to pay off. I think staying above 80% isn't going to be difficult, though. At least I know ores are pretty good. Mana-wise. And I failed. Am I not above 80%? I ain't even gotta bother with you guys. What am I doing? Jeez. Bloop. Oh, are you on fire? Oh, poor thing. Poor thing. Hey, look, there's a turn-in literally one room away. A champion? Soul shards? What was that I just got from that? So the multi-waves of mobs, whew, that's what makes it rough. Nothing in there. Because it doesn't hit them all, the trash mobs. At this point, should I even carry a sword? I feel like that's what everything has went away from. No longer are we using vault swords, because we don't need them. No axes, no swords, nothing. And you're dead. You're dead. I don't even want to play with that guy. Well, Hunters 3. Let's see. Let me kind of go back into chat, because it seems like chat's got this interesting discussion going on here. So sorcery is now confirmed to be 80% instead of 100%. If so, cool. Let's see. A mage build should be entirely focused on mana regeneration and bigger mana pools, though. Can't wait to try this stuff when it comes out. Yeah, unfortunately, this doesn't give you that extra mana regen. But you have to 100% focus on cooldown reduction or you're going to get the hell. Right? So I'm glad you guys just left your post. The thing is with this mana right now, I don't feel like I have that mana regen. I feel like I'm losing out on everything by using this wand. Whereas before it wasn't too bad. I don't know if this damage is honestly much better than what I had. The thumbs from Spy Kids are back after me. Not the Spy Kid thumbs. Yeah, mana regen is still my problem. Yeah, I don't have any lucky hits, so... I mean, this feels fine, though. I don't, like, feel awful. But I do think using my other setup I had was a bit better. Because I was at 80% cooldown reduction. And, like, the damage didn't really feel that bad, to be fair. I mean, this damage feels a lot better, though. It's only hidden for 200 now. Be hitting for, like, way more than 200. Shouldn't it? Unless their shield is reducing that by some number. I still feel like the range is like really low. Ugh, the attack of the thumbs. Everybody this way. I'll take all of your glorp. Like, is it the most effective way of doing this? No. No. Honestly, I've just been testing things out. I liked my build where I just straight up ran around and I looted as many chests as possible and I didn't even bother killing the mobs. Where I just tanked all the damage, but we were taking a lot of durability with that build. Nice. Fireball should be a bigger radius, I think. Yeah, that's what I thought, but that didn't get changed. Then again, like Nova's radius is really small too. Just with the sheer amount of freaking mobs that spawn now, it's insane at this level.
Kianas, just rated you with 2 raiders.
At this level, crazy. I was crazy once. Kill Honest, is that how you say it? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing fantastic. Crunch. The drop off is so goofy on that. It's so funny. See, it's perfect for groups like that, but the huge groups, which are supposed to be like trash mobs, like dealing with those now have become a problem. To me, anyways. Then on top of that, you need to worry if you're too close to your effect, because then you're going to take damage. I think Nova's still just not good enough. Base Nova. Oh, by the way, we found out real quick. Burgers. Yeah, burgers don't really do anything for you. Burgers don't really help anymore at this level. It's all Vault XP. I mean, they go up, they have a little tiny bit, but that's it. There was a champ. If only if like they were in the water, if like this was a bigger effect. Come on now. They should be taking like 4 times the damage in here. Oh well. We need the Avada Kedavra spell. Ooh. That's what we need. It instantly one-shots everything in one room, but has a 5-minute cooldown. Yeah. It just wipes the whole room, but has a 5-minute cooldown. Feels like there's more POIs now. Hello, champ. All right, I do feel like the champions were increased a bit more now than they were the other pre-update. Doop 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 doop. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Come here. Ooh. Shiny disc ore. And that's it. Vulcan Beast, dude. Thank you for the prime. Welcome to the crew. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for that prime. Mm-hmm. In strength. We're now super strong. Kind of what that storm is good for. You still take damage and stuff, but that's one room that I'm not set up to run very efficiently because of the way mobs spawn in that. You have to be very careful. Before, it wasn't too bad. Ow. I did nothing. What in the world? Oh, the range is so bad. You have to be freaking standing close to it to even use it. Oh. Fireball, I love you and I hate you at the same time. All right, let's wake everything up. Is that a champion? It makes a special noise. I thought. Yeah, it's a champion. never gone this way. Ooh, that guy right there. I don't want him near me. Stay over here. Crap, he hit me. Shoot, I'm screwed. This music is so good for this. Well, that didn't go anywhere, did it? Ooh. Yeah, you can go somewhere. I don't want to deal with you. Don't hit me again, please. Okay, he's dead. That's all I wanted. At least there isn't lava nearby. Whee! Another champ? Really? Hey guys, down this way. This way. Yeah, right down here. There you go. To the floor, lava. Down there. Right down there. Everybody, down there. Right there. Yep. Are you guys done? Hey, look, they're all gone. Who would have thunk? Nope. Nope. This way. Hey, right here. Boop. Peekaboo. I have no crit hit, so I have to crit the old-fashioned way. With raw talent and skill. All raw. Oh, God. GG, we got an affinity. Very interesting. Yeah, a lot more champions are spawning now compared to the other day, which apparently they were lowered then. Their wand. I do want to see what it feels like using the same particular setup going back a little bit to not using a wand. I mean, we could potentially, I'm guessing you can get one that has 2 prefixes. And if you had one that had 2 prefixes, you could potentially get like mana increase and ability power, which would be kind of awesome. Have you tried running a Chaos Vault? No, not recently. I want to kind of wait until like I feel like I have a very comfortable build, because at the moment I am not there. I am not setting on a very comfortable build. Like I've gotten to points where I've been like, oh yeah, this is pretty comfortable. Probably not until like they figure something out to replace execute with. Because execute's huge. I guarantee there's a ton of people using execute builds. Yeah, I thought it was weird that it didn't cost mana. That's the weird part. That was part of execute. To me. Okay, we'll see. Sad to see it going. It's gone for now. I don't know. Right now, Iskel said they were working on another replacement for it, so see how that goes. We can all make a grave and put a sign on it that says execute. Even though I never used it until I never used it until last stream. Till what was it, Friday? I had never really used it up until like Thursday and Friday. Throughout the entire my time playing this. All right. Execute was here. So it was old Nova. Yep. Put execute and Nova next to each other. Nova was changed though. Now it doesn't cost as much mana. Supposedly? Do we waste another crystal? Test out that again. It costs so much Benny for all these build changes. The only downside. How about Ghost Walk? It'd be useful? No? No, I don't use Ghost Walk at all anymore. I don't use Ghost Walk. So no matter if you use Ghost Walk, it doesn't really matter if you use Ghost Walk, because Ghost Walk doesn't move the mobs away. You'd have to Ghost Walk, then Fear to get the mobs away from the POI, so that way you can then loot, because otherwise mobs are blocking you and you can't access chests when entities are in front of you. Logistically, like, it's not worth taking, I don't think. Unless you absolutely need an emergency fear, like an emergency button to like ghost walk yourself out of a bad situation. That's basically the only use that I can see for it. Maybe there are more uses. I'm just haven't played around with those. Yeah, I moved my points out of Ghost Walk because I didn't feel like it was useful anymore. It's probably useful early game, maybe. I wonder, though, how useful Nova would be. With cooldown where it's at. With my other setup. I keep wanting Nova to be back it. I just keep wanting Nova to be it. But I don't think it's going to be it. I don't think it's going to be it, chat. I don't think it's going to be it. Much as I want it to be it, I don't think it's going to be it. Poison Nova worked pretty good. I bet Poison Nova is even more brutal now. I kind of want to go try Poison Nova. It also kind of needed a lucky hit sort of thing. Execute worked really well with this too, but it's not going to be the case now. Let me see real quick. How bad is... Okay. Are we back? He was yelling at your internet? I was like trying to figure out what just happened. Everything dropped out for me. Must have lost internet for a moment. You restarted your router. Trying to think. Hopefully I can log back in. Everything gets going back again. Okay, let's reconnect. I think though I would... I can get points back out of this because I don't really need this. The thing is, this build is point hungry. It is very point hungry. My lucky, I could spend these points and 2 points out of this into something else. If that costs 50, I would then need to kill a mob. Yeah, I had Fatal Strike on. The Fatal Strike is good for this build because it helps. I mean, I guess I can leave this together because this is the same build that I had tried before. I just think I could probably spend my stone skin points elsewhere because I don't really feel like this does a lot for me. I'm not really running that kind of build. So, just want to try it with the bonus damage that we have now. I really want Storm Arrow though. And do I even need strength anymore? Well, I guess I do need strength to be able to kill them initially. So many mixes and matches, chat. Mixes and matches. Hmm. Feel like this is just going to be way better with Lucky Hit, all of that combined. For this, I need Nova. And then I don't have any other point spec'd anywhere else. Strength is added afterwards, so you don't benefit from the strength. Like, I wonder if, like, getting rid of strength would even... I want to be able to hit the mobs. 36, 9, 12. We're doing 12 extra damage. And Romy, dude, thank you so much for the 28 months. I read your message. I was like, oh my god. The weird things that my voice auto transcribes into is goofy sometimes. Yeah, I think maybe moving these points might be a good idea. And then also Stone Skin. And then... It'd probably put that in Storm Arrow. Or I could go Fireball. Then I have one more point. Hmm. I still have Ghost Walk. Oh, it's true. In this, I just redid my points here. Oh shoot, it costs a lot to do that. We can maybe spec some taunt. Taunt fear. Just base taunt would probably be good. I still think Storm Arrow though is better than Fireball. Right? In this particular case here, we have, where's it at? No, I guess we'll be dealing with single target, but still, it's still better. Killing a mob affected by poison. So could I potentially Nova and Fireball together to trigger the double reaction? Can't do taunt. It costs too much mana. I feel like taunt is sort of out of the picture. I think doing taunt fear is better in my particular case for just clearing POIs. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, it's fun playing around with all these builds and stuff. I know I'm using Benny, but honestly, what else do I have Benny to use on? So much of the stuff. No, I don't need Poison Cloud on my sword. We have Poison Nova. How's my boots? 7%? We're fine. Repair. Just in case. Repair core and anvil. The low cooldown is probably me with this particular build. Because I'm at cooldown cap. I mean, this is sort of a, like a slow sort of, this is how it goes, right? This is this build in a nutshell. It's a slow roll. just not a fan of it. I don't know. There's just something about it I just don't like. Also, you need like 50. It's great for the trash mobs, but outside of that, not really great. Bummer. Still wonder if going like normal. Impossible. Difficulty impossible. The one thing that's impossible about it is I have to log in and log out to get it to work. I'll just skip it. I don't even know if the loot's better in an impossible versus a non-impossible. I haven't even got the chance to try regular Nova. After this, I'll probably try regular Nova. We can try taunt regular Nova. See if it's viable with our other build as a way for mana to regen. I still don't think it's viable though. Like this works, but I just don't think it's as fun. That lucky hit chance does nothing, doesn't it? It does absolutely nothing. The fatal strike doesn't do enough damage. All right, here's what I wanted to try. That didn't cause extra, did it? I don't think it caused extra. I almost wonder if an axe would be better. There's another thing up there. This does great at clearing trash mobs. I will say that. There's Romy. Oh, this is a champion. I didn't realize. And there we go. I don't know. I still want to try regular Nova, and then we can always go back to what we were. This is Pog. Dying's not Pog. Another Romy? I want all of my stuff. We're dying. Mana regen is just still too low. All right, I can't leave bro in here like that. Sorry, bro. I can't just leave you in there. See. Nah. I like the other build, I think, a little bit more. Neither one of them are great. Great. My total mana is way too low. Yeah, I don't have anything. If rolling gear was better, believe me, I'd be doing it a lot more. You need fundies, so many fundies, and I don't have any more. I have a couple. That's not enough. Wonder if I poison and fear. This is total chaos, and it doesn't stop here. There are freaking mobs everywhere. Ow. Great. Trying to place blocks. Yeah, you're still left with like leftover mobs. There's no like... And and I'm out. Well, I really need to kill them. For the elixir, at least. Keep using that instead of the other thing I need to be using. Didn't I spec into Storm? No, I spec'd into Fireball. That's right. Yeah, I like Storm Arrow. Hmm. Oh, is this good up here? I didn't even... Oh. Look at that. I almost missed out on that. Semi Games, welcome in. How am I? I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Doing pretty good today. Just playing around in this sandbox called Minecraft. You know how it is. Be good. Ooh, there's a champion. Can I cheese you? I think I killed him. Why don't I use the wand? Because the wand, I wouldn't have enough mana regen. Oh, the mana regen's a bit of a problem I seem to be having. I rerolled so much of my gear too. There we go. Black Thunder, thank you so much for the 15 mighty months, dude. Appreciate you. And I thought ore might be it, but it does not appear to be. Not horrible. That's not amazing either. I meant to fear them. Instead, I got my keybinds all over the freaking place, dude. My poor keybinds, man. Ah, it sucks being out of mana. Out of mana with nothing to prove. Almost kills him too fast. Well, that sucks. %1 on my boot. God. Oh. Yep. Yep. Watch me die in this freaking vault. Can you get mana regen on the potion I have? Maybe. I don't think I have it unlocked though. So with all the dungeon changes, I don't have like any of the good crafting things. It's quite laughable. At least I gained favor. Goodness. Oh, my gear broke. please, please be. Please be good. Thank you. This might be enough elixir. Maybe. Yep, that was enough. Oh, how I miss mana regen. And oh, how the roll pools are so far apart. So you can roll 30% mana regen and the same pool that you can roll 80% mana regen. It's a huge gap in the tiers. Wasn't it in here, the lodestone? Yeah, it's right here. I'm just gonna go ahead and get out of the vault. Well, after I do this. Huh. All those noises. Let's play a minigame. How many chests shows of mine? Probably like nothing. 100. Yeah, I wanted to test this out. Like I still just don't have the mana for it. Which is weird. Yeah, it's efficient but boring. Yeah, that ability feels like less engaging and like maybe that's why I don't care for it too much. Some about it. Where did I get a pog from? Was that what one of the things dropped? Was a pog a champion? Are we gonna ever get like an omega roll on a piece of gear that's just like awesome? By default? Mm-mm. Well, it'll never see the light of day. Trade some Omega / legendary gear with or trinket with Nature Berry. They have some extra. I have no idea. We have a legendary mana regen. I don't know why my mana regen feels so bad. It like we have high mana regen.
Eight. It's almost baby time.
Huh. 6777 Productions. Do you think for the tier month? Tier 1 for 8 mighty months. But total is low. Like, yeah, but I'm saying like we just don't have mana regen on this, and so we have cooldown reduction. We have mana regen here. Unfortunately, it can't be as high as base, because base can go up to like 70%, right? 30 something percent. It's just so crap with the random rolls here. Oh yeah, my total mana is really low. I wonder if I can spare. Oh, it's probably not worth it. Probably not worth it. And I don't think I have any suffix. I have waning focuses. I have one. Yeah, I knew it wouldn't be worth it. I just need more mana regen. I'll take the item rarity. Now we're at 410 mana regen. But I still want my wand, I think. And I want to do... I just don't like this build. I'm thinking what I can do is maybe get this situated here. +2 to Javelin Pierce. What? That's like a nice chess piece. But it's also trash at the same time. So as far as trinkets go, I have cufflinks. Which puts our cooldown reduction now right almost at max. So now we've swapped a little bit of our cooldown reduction that we had for mana regen, which is good. Although we can have craftable 55%. I haven't gotten lucky to find that. You think it was as much as I've played this game so far, we would have had those unlocked and I would have those now, but I don't. Yeah, 80 is the max. The Crazy Mage. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. As much as I want wands to be good. Let me see. Let's craft a bit more, a few more wands maybe, and see if we just can't maybe find a good one. What I'm wanting is more than one prefix. Having a better potion would help. Like, I don't even know what I can put on here, right? I have nothing. Like, I can't put anything on there anyways. Would I have to craft another one? Because I don't have any free slots, is let's do that. Okay. And all this crafting of gear and crafting of everything. I'm already at 5% wand efficiency. Hey, we got an Ender wand. Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. Wait, this also has 2 prefixes as well. So if we can get like increased ability power. And mana percent. Ooh. Ooh. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. If only I had more of those. Now with this, we're now down to 347 mana regen. And we are also looking at our cooldown being hit heavy. Ouch. Okay. Oh, that's the... Oh. Oh, chat. I can't right now. I can't. It's frustrating. It's so frustrating. All right. Cooldown, dude, is just... The cooldowns are so high on everything. And we do no damage with our weapons now. It's just... It's so rough. It makes no sense to me. Because it's either one or the other. And that's with this trinket. This trinket is 50% of your total. You know, wands could be good, but I don't know. I don't know. Man, my brain is having a hard time figuring out in what case. I mean, poison could work with a totem of hatred. Maybe. That's if you got lucky and it actually killed the mobs in the first place. I think they're making it really confusing. I agree. It is incredibly confusing at this point. It's really hard to I mean, like, I understand the stuff, but there's now so much to wrap your head around, especially late game, that to me it's just like, but maybe it's because I'm sort of trying to find something that is powerful. I'm wondering if I just don't even worry about it at all, run like max smite and like storm arrow maybe. But then we don't have any like clear. I really need like a skill that just wipes everything. Let's update our poison. Oh, man. The regret orbs are a pain. Um, Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. I do appreciate that. There's just too much stuff with the wands. I need I need wands to run AP builds. Probably that stinks. I mean, to run, there's nothing else but AP. You have no choice. You really have no choice. The only other option is javelins, I think, if you're not doing max AP. And to run max AP successfully, you have nothing that does like main damage with your sword. So like I was saying earlier, there's like no reason to even have a freaking weapon to hit mobs with, because it does like 0 damage. It's like you're literally just using a knockback stick at that point. It does like hardly any damage. Like, yeah, I can successfully survive a vault, but and have no problem, and like that's not the issue. It was a little bit better when I figured out, of course, I can use execute, and execute made it a little bit easier to handle the massive tank mobs, which I'm not a huge fan of tank mobs. I'm just not a huge fan of the idea of more health equal harder, because I don't think that's reality. I think more health just equals time, not difficulty, unless there's some sort of extra mechanic making it harder. But even then, more health to me doesn't equal, you know. Now, getting hoarded up with mobs, that's another thing I have to worry about. So I have like my single target mobs to worry about that I can't do. And if I do like crowd control, then I have nothing to take large tanky mobs out with. And the other way around, I can't crowd control with high damage single target. It's like one or the other. I do want to try the new Nova, apparently. The new Nova. The mana is supposed to be a lot cheaper on new Nova. So yeah, as much as I love the wand, I just don't think I'm going to be able to use it. This increases my total mana, but my cooldown's gone, and all the cooldowns are pretty high. Like, and then you're just trying to hit mobs, and because the cooldowns are so high, you're just trying to hit the mobs with weapons that do no damage, even when they're like incredibly powerful. Ah! Pain. Why must there be pain? And this is all a work in progress, so... And my words don't 100% reflect reality sometimes. Just because I'm in a weird bind with my current setup. Like, my ability power here could be higher. How much? I have no crafting potential left in this. Also, you can roll random stuff here in that ability power slot, and it can cause all kinds of weird things. And because the rolls are so gapped like that, and there's so much you can roll in there, you can use like 6 fundies and still get like a 21 ability power if you're lucky, out of like using 6+ fundies. You have to get insanely lucky. And then you're also like, you could low roll your armor at the same time, and so you'll be at a 17 armor. That's super low. Lots of frustrations, and I don't know if that's good. I do like the changes, some of the changes. One change that I don't think I like too much is that the flak is now only 50% mana regen. Too much RNG. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like crazy RNG. Should be like some skill-based RNG involved or something like that. Okay. Let's try. I have to undo Ghost Walk. This does so much damage that it's really hard to not want it. Whoa. Being frustrated makes you demotivated. You don't see how that'd be a good thing. I don't know. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. The RNG and skill based for rolling gear, I think. The RNG is skill based for rolling gear, I think. With all of the different Foki and crafting. You think it's pretty good? Yeah, I think it maybe needs to be tightened up. I don't know. The percentages. Because like 20 and 45 is a huge gap. That's a huge gap. Whenever you can also roll a chance to roll like other percentages of other things, there's got to be the math behind it. And is this gear like potentially bad that I have? It's like level 87. Does it roll higher? No, it's still 44 even on level 90 gear. All right, let's try Nova. Base Nova. Let's try Taunt. Max Taunt. This will not do well against big enemies. So I'm thinking put as many as we can in here. What I'm thinking is strength. Get you out of here. Get you out of here. Leave. I'm not using you no more. We keep Storm Arrow. We do Nova. And Taunt. Back into Stone Skin. Okay, so I need to know what I have. So I have regular Nova, Taunt, and Storm Cloud. Oh, and I have Fireball. I don't think I need all of them. I definitely don't need Fireball. How much damage is Max Nova doing? Jeez, that's so low. Costs 34 mana. I think we could try this. Let's regret. I just want to try it with the wand. I want to give the wand a chance. Yeah, my cooldown's going to be really low, but if we can get huge numbers of damage, then I think maybe that's better. Taunt, Fear, Stormcloud. Options, controls, keybinds. Okay. R needs to be F. Nova, X. Stormcloud. Storm Arrow, R. Okay. If only we can have keybind presets that swap things around. I don't think strength is necessary. It doesn't affect our ability power. I don't believe. God, that is so little damage. But it's really high with the cooldown right now. Right, we can do it often. This one, though? 235 damage. A bit more viable. Way longer cooldown, though. But the cooldown may not be horrible. And our mana regen is a lot lower if we can successfully pull off a taunt with that. I just don't think the range is there. Maybe the range is better now. I don't know. I don't think the range was changed. Dang, I'm so like cross. Can we swap these out in the middle of the vault? I don't know if we can. You can? Okay. I really don't feel... Is this working? I don't feel like the sorcery is working. Or maybe I'm going crazy. Is the sorcery even giving me... It is giving me mana regen, right? That's gotta be. 470. We just don't have the cooldown. Okay. Do I also have... I need to check, because I need 2 in mana shield. Okay. Everything's good. There's a lot to keep in. All right, so now I'm testing out a vault with Nova with the new changes to its cooldown and seeing if it's a bit easier to tame that beast now. Also, have we completed our bounty? Have we not gotten 2 waxing focuses at this point? No freaking what? This bounty's on something. I don't really know what, but it's on something. Bounties are just not working for me. With the bounty changes and stuff, it has been a little bit more difficult to do the bounties, I think. Because I'm not spec'd into the bounty or table because I've gone other routes. Not over time. Just made this all available to you just over time. Okay. We have this goofy looking wand. This is like a boop stick. 100% what it is. Boop stick. Kind of cool if there was like a mini dragon head on the top of this. I wonder what wands there are. Let me look at the transmog table. Oh, there's a fairy wand. Better Omega. A star. There's a staff. I like the staff. Crazy they get all this done in such a interesting amount of time, like short amount of time. All right, another vault, another challenge. Let's try high damage. We'll see. Old school, going old school now. We're going back to taunt. Oh yeah, we also need to complete this 0% cooldown reduction. Thank you for that 0% cooldown reduction. It's going to be very helpful. It's going to be super helpful, I think. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you so very much. Yeah, the range is just dog water. Because of that range fall off, it's gross. Whoever suggested that, I hate you. It's all about the same. It's like no matter what route you go, it's all about the same. I know the goal is to kill mobs, but... It ain't. It's super slow now. Everything was so fast-paced before. Let's try this. Is it better with cooldown? I mean, it still one-shots the trash mobs, but... Oh, I just don't have the mana. Oh! Here we are again with the mana issue. At least I can successfully use them now. Together. Mega drill plus obsidian plus nova. Doesn't the mega drill like damage the ground? Because that's annoying to deal with. See how well this does when we get everybody in crowded. This is what I used to like doing. Nope, still causes problems. Okay. Interesting. I mean, honestly, so long as I can get rid of the trash mobs, that's fine. I can always avoid tanks. Also, it'd probably be nice if I had that on, wouldn't it? And then we have Storm, you know, for all the goods. The good stuff. Hello and welcome back, Nova. Kinda. 100%. Like on a per POI basis, I think. Yeah, it's definitely faster than, yeah, 100%. I agree with you. It's faster than Poison Nova. Because the Poison Nova is boring in my opinion. Like I don't want it to stand there. Freaking wait for the mobs to die. That's so boring. I want to kill, run to the next objective so I can kill as many as possible. That's what I want to do. Oh, we still have points. Oh no, we just have lucky hit. Just so happens to be affecting. Applying. I love that orange shows up in this. Catch me if you can. That's good enough for that room. I don't really need gilded. These spawners fizzle. These spawners don't fizzle that are in that room. You have to break them. See, the thing with fizzles though is you'll have large quantities of mobs like this. Let's see if I can get them in here. Okay, you have to wait quite a bit because it does this weird thing where it drags them together. It takes a moment. POI has always been very interesting. Still do a lot of waiting. Yeah, that's working good. That I like. Okay. So maybe Nova's fixed. Nova's back. By popular demand, Nova back. Nova's good. Very specific build, though. Very specific build. Very specific. You're also going to want a wand like I have. And I guess against champs, what I will do... The thing with champs, I think it would be pretty useful. We got the arrow, right? There we go. And then we got champs taken care of, right? And I should be able to apply all three, technically. I do like the cooldown reduction. Also, honestly, the overall mana cost is what was nuts. Yeah, playing with... I mean, we have cooldown reduction, just not as much as we have. I'm also running a cooldown reduction here, cufflinks, so... It's not like I don't have cooldown reduction. I have more than I normally would have. Ooh, okay. That, for some reason, didn't hit this thing. Ouch. Get him. Got him all right. So that's how you deal with champions. To get our mana regen, though, we have to constantly be healing. We do take damage. Got him. Don't blow up my coins. See what I mean by I do no damage with my sword, so it's like why do you even have a sword? Outside of lucky hit chance. But I want to very rarely use it. They never fix this. Interesting. Those are usually 2-hit creepers. Yeah, I do no damage. I have nothing helping my sword out. That's for sure. Ooh, look at that. Boop. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Get him. Oh. Consume a lodestone. I mean, maybe if I had Fireball, I could use Fireball quickly to just like take out the rest of the mobs, but I do take damage from that, which is kind of a pain. I want to love Fireball so much, but taking a whole health bar in damage from using it, this is absurd. Almost wonder if running an axe would be good, because I can use well, no, axes don't normally contain more damage, do they? They have attack range. Whatever. Can I ask why people are asking for mega builds? Wait, mega builds this in Minecraft? Mega builds this? What do you mean? Can you elaborate? What do you mean mega builds? It's so weird not like swapping. Oh yeah, we would insta-kill these guys. What do they call the assassin mobs? We would insta-kill the assassin mobs if we just had a little bit higher ability power on one of our pieces of gear. Because we're running actually lower ability power than we could. Man, if the range was just slightly bigger. Yeah, having that extra % is huge. Just having that extra 38 mana is huge. It's huge. Legitimately huge. Made you as a wizard. By the way, is there any references associated with this particular like look? Is this wand from something, chat? You may know about? Is this like an anime reference? Is it just like, or is it just like some standard art? Mumbo jumbo. What Modpack is this? Is the Vault Hunters. Oh! Oh, I barely made that. Back in business, baby. We are back in business. You guys want to sneak over here? Come here. There you go. Subbed you on YouTube and finally got to catch one of your streams. Well, welcome. Glad you're here. Glad to have you. Where am I at? What in the world? Okay, not what I was expecting from that. Whoops. Oh, it's this. I wonder if Storm Arrow would be the best for handling this place. Probably. Just so many mobs, man. Like, what in the world? No, I don't need more mobs. Get out of here with that freaking room, dude. Goofy. Oh my god. Coins! Dang, I'm expected to ornate randomly. I kind of want these. As if I don't have enough coin now. I never thought I would be in a position where I was like, you know what, I just have too much gold. Oh, talking about YouTube, the Mechanical Mastery series, going to be long? I wish I could tell you that. I wish I honestly knew, but I can't predict the future, so I have no idea. Is there nothing up here? No. Oh man, imagine boots that lets you just walk on top of water. Like a Terraria boot. Is there a trinket that does that? That lets you walk on water? God mode style? There should be treasure under there. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, what? This is what? Okay. Okay, there was treasure under there. That's funny. Oh god. There should be, is there sponge in this? That's not sponge, right? Dang, there should be sponge you can harvest out of this Omega room. I love that. I was like, man, there should be a bonus room in here. He found that the X mark has treasure under it. Yeah, I just now found out. To be fair, this is my third time ever getting this room. Third time. I think that's it. I always feel like I'm missing it without, yeah, I'm missing some if I... All right. Yeah, I'm missing all this over here. Look at that. Look at me. Goodness. So far, I like it. I like that. Even though the wands don't take Dura damage for some reason. I don't know if that's intended or it's probably not intended. They do not, however, take Dura. Probably noted. They probably know about it. I will mention it, though. Ooh. Thank you. Get wrecked. I think I found my new build I'm going to be playing with for a little while, unless this gets changed. I need to quit moving my... I keep scooting over to... I think I need my sword. Boy, Jordan will be happy. Back to Nova. I like a lot. Would I call Nova like the end all be all? No, because I could honestly run the other build just as well. I think. And be just as successful with it. Oh, this is the junk one. There's actually a really good one in here. Nova, so you found Fireball mid. And where did it lead you? Right back to me. Fireball's good. It has several flaws, though. The one most painful flaw is it hurts you. I don't know why. None of the other abilities do that. I feel like that is a weird choice. I feel like that's a weird choice. Since everything else is completely different than that. You know what? Just for the lulz. I think it's a reference to D&D Fireball, actually, that hurts friends as well as enemies. That's my guess. I have no idea. Fire magic, bad. Ooh, I should have grabbed that. I didn't even know there's POI up there. It was fun. I mean, yeah, I didn't loot as many chests as normally, but I was also kind of tinkering and figuring out the build. That was really nice. We got a bunch of coin piles. Very cool. Thank you for trying the Nova build for me. Well, the Nova build before today was not viable. I would have said not viable, but because of the changes today, definitely viable, and I think more built and more doable. It's not perfect. It's not as powerful as it once was. Just because of the range fall off, still leaves mobs hanging around. Some other way to clear out those hanging around mobs could be Fireball. If I had more skill points, I would probably have the combination of Fireball with of 8 more points, right? Before I hit level 100, probably. I'd probably have Fireball at with the current build. Storm Arrow for whenever we encounter mobs. And of course, the Execute that was removed, something else might take its place that's 100% worth taking. Right? And so I have Storm Arrow right now mainly for huge quantities of mobs, tank mobs, and champions. That's really what that's there for. I heard, though, that Smite is really good for that as well, but Smite, to me, is very, very weak compared to Storm Arrow. They're two separate things, of course, but yeah. They're two separate things, but one is not like the other, I guess you could say. Let's see. Just trying to recap all of the things that we did today, because I feel like there's a lot to kind of go over. Like, there was a lot that we went over and tested today. And tried out new things and ended up getting, new setups for things. Like, I had to modify this to get a little bit more mana regen because my mana regen is not quite there. We still struggle with mana regen. I will say that. Sorcery, you have to go into sorcery to keep up with mana regen unless you are super lucky and you have like these rolls with like really high mana regen. Like, we'd have even worse mana regen if I didn't happen to have this high suffix legendary on this piece of gear. So, whew, crazy. Their sites say all the servers are offline. So what server is this? This is the Vault Hunters SMP. We're on update 11. We're beta testers. Yeah, Vol 100 SMP with... Yeah, it's weird saying Vol 100's SMP because I'm sure there's like other SMPs that people have made around this pack too, because it's really good for servers. Hopefully Iskal implements the legacy gear roll. What do you mean legacy gear roll? I bet we didn't get lucky, did we? Oh, we got one. Still didn't complete that. So we're at level 90, almost level 91. Let me see. Let's grab that. There's another wand. We are getting wands, which is really nice. 3 wands. How awesome would it be if we rolled an Omega? See, there's a pretty good one. That one has 2 prefixes. I think the prefixes are worth it more than the suffixes because there's not enough suffixes that roll in this, I don't think. Other than, well, I guess the cool thing is you can run like slow down, fear, poison. You can run those on your wand. So I guess that is its other perk of having the suffix. But outside of that, it's not super great that I've found. So our gear can get free rolls. Oh, you're talking about free rolls. Maybe like including some fundamentals. Oof, that's asking for a lot. I don't know. I wonder if they'll figure out a way to handle something like that. Oh, he mentioned it? Oh, nice. Okay. So Iskal said something about that. That'll be pretty cool then. Let's see if we can eat some burgers. Some burgers. Burgers. And the rest would be regular. See if we can get to 91. I doubt it. This barely moves. Oh, we might actually. Here we go, 91. We'll definitely get to 91. Look at us go. We're now 91. That's not a burger chosen. Level 91. Now mobs are significantly harder. If only the difficulty scaled like that. Every level you went up, the difficulty just percent-wise increased. So now our difficulty is 91% harder than it was. No, I was kidding. Oh, God. Could you... actually, I don't know. I don't know if it scales like that. That'd be crazy, though. If at a level 100, it's just, like, insane. 7 more skill points. We have the fireball into the build. I almost wonder if we just got rid of stone skin. We could have a little bit of fireball. Speaking of fireball's actually a pretty decent drink. Pretty decent if you like cinnamon. Let's see. Yeah, it would require a bit in there. I don't really have... Actually, I don't have any points in this, right? Lucky hit? No. Yeah, that's where I'm able to spare the points, is lucky hit. Maybe even speed, but I feel like speed is so important. Haste is pretty important as well. Buy lucky hit for me. I know, lucky hit is just completely out the window for me. Just for the wand. As much as there's... I mean, I don't care for this wand that much. There's only one epic wand? I really like the twig. This reminds me of like the batons that they toss. We still don't have the ability to texture stuff like this, do we? Change the color. Bummer. All right, we're still connected. Be sure to get your raffles in, chat. Get your raffles in. What would I put that extra point into? Like, stone skin. Regeneration bubble. You can friggin' pop that bad boy. It does nothing for us though, does it? Costs 40 mana to get our to regen. Nah. Potion duration. Could be useful. And then we need to figure out, we need to get this done. No. Stars. All right, Benny, your turn. My God. You plan to do a fresh playthrough on YouTube? Not exactly. Gotta realize, like, YouTube's a totally different beast of content, right? It is a totally different beast. While it is nice to play Vault Hunters, like, I can't devote all of my time 100% to this. That'd be crazy of me. Imagine I having a 128 vein mine. We didn't we get one? I think we had one that was +1. Yeah, we have a thing that's +1 to all abilities, and I'm assuming that does 128 vein mine. Streaming audience seems to like this more than YouTube. I mean, it all depends. I've seen both enjoy it. Mode of Sanity removes all curses. 5,000. They're one of our soul shards. Oh, shoot. Watch it insta break. Goodness. I gambit too much for that to work well in my favor. OMG. Yeah, OMG. Boop. Gone. Gone. We blinked. Gone. Boop. Never happened. Invisible. Gone. Boop. Up in smoke. Okay. And another wand. Gone. Okay. YouTube audience does like Iscal's Vault Hunter solo stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong. That makes 100% that's 100% fair, but I think there's a difference there. When this is Iscal's mod pack in reality. So keep that in mind. That's a huge difference. That makes a lot more sense. I'm not like the Vault Hunter guy YouTuber, right? I'm the modded Minecraft guy YouTuber. To a lot of people anyways. I'm like the dictionary of like modded Minecraft. I don't know why, but I have so much of this stuff memorized. Dude, quit taking my Benny, you type. Goofball. I don't think I want to use all of my ball diamonds. How much? Let's see. How many of these do I have worth? $61. Oh boy. So loud, chat. Options. Sorry, I can't. Wait, do we get XP for doing these? Uh, 348, 348, 45, 348, 45, 348. Why does the bar glow? Oh boy. We need to go like full potions, don't we? We go mechanism. At this point, I'm just unlocking random stuff. There we go. Oh, we had like what, 3 mods? Did we just get a bunch of transmogs? Light mech robotic helmet. What does that look like? Oh, it's that set. Did these ever get fixed? The mech set? Vault Hunters is a long game. Yeah. I mean, they pretty much pushed this so far out that like you're I don't even know how long you'd have to play to unlock that. I don't have a freaking clue. You'd have to play this for way more hours. It's just an like a whole year of just like nonstop this being like the only game you play. Do it for the meme? Do it for the meme. Like I'm kind of working on it. At this point though, this goes up 12 points. This whole section alone will end up bumping. What would the final cost be? So if I took this one, that's 36, 38, right? 38. This is 37. This would be 39 points. Hold on. 39 plus. Okay, if I took this is 38. 38. This is 37 plus 12. It'd be 49. Plus this, which would be 38 plus 24, 62, plus this, which would be 39 plus 12 plus 12 plus 12, 75. It would cost 224 points to finish this section off. 224 points just to finish this section. Oh, no, no, no. You 38 for this, and then you add 12 to this, plus its current number, making it 49. You take the base number, which is 38 here. You add 24, because it's going to be 12 and 12, assuming that this stays only plus 12 every time it goes up. And then this will end up being, the last one will end up costing 75 points. This one's the same way. But because there's more in here, it's the worst. This one's not as bad, but yeah. They're all pretty bad. And then if you account for everything here, right, it's going to really start to add up. Like, Benny's not even the problem, it's the essence drop rate. Like, I would have enough for all of that. Like, we would have that in no time. Like, I don't think I'd have a problem. It's the essence, the drop rate of the essence at this level maybe needs to be increased. I don't know, to compete with the Benny drop rate. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. My brain, I don't know. I can't. There's too much. I can't handle this. Too much. Dude, just like 5 architect vaults with like just mushroom rooms. Yeah. I think that costs quite a bit to run those. I haven't done a lot of architect vaults because they're a pain to put together. If it was easier to do architect vaults, I would run them more. They're kind of a pain. Dealing with the inventory stuff and like moving things around. I don't even have that stand out. I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, they cost Echo. Yeah. Echo's pretty rare. All right. Hey, I'm not expecting this game to be handed to me. Don't get me wrong. Ain't no game like that. Come on now. All right. Well, it's been fun today, chat. Let's do that raffle. Hope you get your raffle tickets in. I can run 2 raffles. Just get your raffles in. If you got them available. Wow. Erin Leon. There we go. 82. Don't know why I had a hard time saying that. And Bob Bloom. A Bloom. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for using your points and hanging out in the stream. Do we run one? We could run a simple gladiator real quick. I wonder if Juan's role in this loot pool now. Hit up with ability power. We need some ability power and percent. Oof. Ability power. Come on. Ability power. Ability power. Crap. So we don't have any ability power percent, so we just have ability power. And this could end it bad. This could probably end this. Hopefully it doesn't end bad, but it could end bad. How many crystals does it take overall to unlock everything? I have no idea. Are you talking about stars? We're talking about something else. We're talking about Arctic vaults, aren't we? All right, where's our archer? There's our archer. Get annihilated, you absolute noobs. No need to do that. We just need to look for the stuff. There we go. Spawn them in. Might as well pick this all up. Always tricks me. And our mana regen is so low. My cooldown's up, but I don't think I have enough mana. Shoot. I might lose this because I don't have enough mana. I'm gonna lose this over some mana regen. Maybe not. Might be able to chomp them away. Wow. Holy smokes. That was close. Wow, chat. Just the nick of time. That was very close. All for nothing. No new gear. No new transmogs. It's all good. We're wearing the best transmog. Which is going to be the Patreon supporter gear for Vault Hunters. Pretty sick. I love how the shoulder pads look like the what are they called? What are they called? Focus. They look like the chaotic focus. All right. Chat, I appreciate you very, very much for hanging out with me today. I'm going to find somebody to raid. If you haven't already, be sure to check out the video over on YouTube. Exclamation point YouTube. Be sure to check that out. New video just went live at 11. Some more mechanical madness, a very interesting automation based mod pack. So definitely check that out. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Also, while you're there, might want to check out the links and follow if you haven't followed already. Gotta point all those things out, you know. All right, let's see. Professional chill, sleepy Minecraft. Let's see who this is. I have no idea who this is, but I always like raiding some rando folks. So, if you don't know how it goes, oh, it's for mature audiences. By the way, I will preference I don't know I don't know this person, so if they say weird crap whenever you guys get over there, it's not from me. All right. I always have to preface that. Guys, let them know where you came from. Chosen Crew has chosen you. Of course, you know what to do. Spam the chat. That's just what we got to do for randos. Come on. For like random raids, we got to spam the chat. And I got to have you guys come along with me to do that. All right. Also, if you do enjoy their content, be sure to give them a follow. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for following me. I'll see you in the next broadcast, which should be tomorrow. And as always, bye!